There we go. Hey, I'm Eric. I'm making a game. It's a game that I mostly create in darkness. The light turned off like this, and my mood light turned on over here. The sun is setting. It's Friday night for me. It's Friday late afternoon for me. It's not night. It's just it's dark out because it's darker than usual because of seasons, the sun's position relative to the earth and all that. No, not the sun's position relative to the earth. The tilt. If it's tilted this way or that way. Okay. And I'm indulging in a cup of coffee because it makes me all peppy and full of energy. It gives me good feelings. Usually I wouldn't drink it this late, but you can tell I'm serious about it because I got two hands around it. But it's Friday. I can stay up late. I can sleep in late. Who cares? I'm going to have coffee. I'm in a good mood. Because this time I've got a new level to demo with a brand new game element. And it's a good level. I think it's good. I'm going to do the new player empathy exercise. Not new player, because now this level is maybe 30 into the game. This might be level 31 or something like that. Out of 51 levels total. And I'm going to pretend that I just got done playing this level here, long corridor, along with all the other ones underneath. And I'm going to act as though I know nothing about this level. I find that sometimes this helps me find bugs. Sometimes it makes me do a decent demo. Okay, so this level, it's called Cathedral. The new element are these spikes over here. These spikes, they pop up when you step on them. So I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, so this is the first time I, as the player, has seen this. So I'll pretend it's all new to me. So I come out here, I see these things, they're new to me. They make this little jingling noise when I get close to them. There's a prediction of death if I walk onto them. So go north. Sure enough, I die. The spikes stick up in the air and they slide back down slowly. Okay, so I can't walk over those. I don't know what the deal with them is yet. I can go do other things though. So just looking around, I see the exit right next to the starting point. I need to spell R-E to get across that bridge. Doesn't look like I can do anything else around this area until I get that spelled. Then over here I see the bonus, the present, which is optional, but if I spell free, then I can go over there and get that. I can't fling over there because the present itself blocks the fling. It doesn't serve as a catch point for flinging. So I cannot just fling across that bridge. Similarly on this side, I can't fling across because there's nothing to keep me from going past the edge of that platform on the other side. I'll go ahead and try it. Maybe my eyes deceive me. No, I just fell down into a deep dark pit. Okay, so I can get to the E block over here and I can push that out. I don't know if I want to do that yet, but I'm just looking around. Things that I can do. I'm thinking I want to spell at least RE, and ultimately I would want to spell free as well, but in the demos, speaking as Eric instead of the pretend player, in the demos I don't show getting the presents. I want to save that for people when they play the game proper. I won't spoil that for you. But I'll get to the level exit, which is the easier of the two challenge to solve. Okay, back into player mode. Okay, looking around, I see these pop-up spikes all over the place. I just flung over here. Now I can't really fling back to the same place because there's nothing to catch me. So I guess I'll try the long fling. Okay, it takes me to the other side. I come over here. These guys are doing the same thing. So I'm thinking I do need to get at least R and E together, but they are on the other side of spikes. I also know from flinging that if I'm up above them when I fling, not at the same level as them, they won't get me. So I can go like this. So that's one way. Then I'm thinking like, okay, there must be something like I can push the blocks across the spikes, because otherwise this level just wouldn't be possible. How will I get the R and E together if I can't push them across the spikes? So I think I want to try that. Let me get to a place where I can do that. I'll try going back the way I came. Okay, so the E blocks are down there. I'll just see if I can push them up north. Okay, I can. I get it now. So this is something where I can't go across it, but blocks can. I don't have any other way to get out of here besides dying, so I'll just die. And in this game, by the way, the level does not reset when you die. Some elements will reset, but most do not. So the E's are where I left them, on the other side of the room. Okay. So all I need to do is spell R-E. Can I get the R over to the E? Maybe fling over here. Again, I don't see any way to get the R out of there because I can't get into that area that there's no way I can see anyways to get into it. Let me check up back at the beginning if there's a way I can fling over there. Okay. So if I just try to fling across, can I fling across? Did I already try that? I cannot do it. So walking or flinging across them is not possible unless you're raised up above them. So I come over here. Is there a way I can get over it? Nope. Nope, because there's rails in the way. So there's no flinging north from here. Alright, so I don't see any way to get over to that R space. Now in theory, there might be like some upper level that I could get to and I could drop down on top of it, but I don't see anything like that in this space. Double checking over here. Okay, so another thing is, can I get the E's to the R? Well, I can push the E's this way. But they're flat against this wall, so there's no way to push them back in the other direction. So I can go that way. Well, there is something there. Maybe I could get the F out. But I'm not going to work on free in this session. So I'll go ahead and destroy the E. So if I get them to go against this wall right here, then if I have both E's coming up against this wall, then this E here would be in line with the R. So let's do that. So I already tried going straight north from here. I think I need to go over one. Push this way, and you can hear the sound of the letter bridge closing. That means I was probably successful. Let me go check it out. Yeah, there's our RE together. Okay. That is a level. That's a new level with a new element. I think it's pretty good. I left out a pretty cool puzzle. I think it's cool anyways, of getting the present. I actually made the level first with the present, and then I thought, that's a pretty hard challenge. Let's not have it be the level exit challenge. Let's have that be the present challenge. Then I made a simpler puzzle to just spell R and E. So what am I going to do with this session besides drink a lot of coffee late in the day? I'm going to fix a little problem with this game element. I shouldn't actually use this level. This is like a full level with all the geometry. It will not be as good for testing. Let me use a test level that will load a lot faster when I hit play and unplay. Okay, so I will show the problem. Okay, so instead of watching the player when I die, watch the spike. Here's what happened. It did the jingle noise and the jingle animation, and then showed the spike go up. Let me do it again. So it did the jingle, then it spiked up. But what I want to happen is for it to spike up immediately. And the thing that you might be noticing is that the audio is out of sync with the visual effect. That's just a quirk of broadcasting. They're synced up as the game plays locally on my computer. I know the problem here. The problem is that the way I've got this coded, the first effect for the game object has to complete before the next effect will be able to start. And you know, I could combine the two effects into one effect, but that wouldn't be right because sometimes you don't die. You don't die. You just hear the jingle. Other times, you get close, you hear the jingle, and then you decide to step on it because you're an idiot. Or you've got a plan that involves wanting to die, and then you need both effects to be present. So what I'm looking at is a way to have the second effect skip over the first effect. I'm going to do a little bit of design right now to come up with my preferred solution. Also, I get to say new level. Procedural. All right. All right. No, these are done too. Okay, let's update this. Okay, so here is the thing I'm trying to get. Requirements. overriding effect is issued, it will cause first effect to finish in one frame. Okay. So thinking about the different ways I can have this work. First way, calling code. Now let's see, code that adds effects, calls effects mark to finish mark effects to finish on transform. Because the way I group all of the effects so that they're ordered in sequence is by transforms. There's like a dictionary that says for any transform, what are the pending effects that we're going to perform for it. Okay. That function sets a flag on the effects that match transform to finish. Now I already have code that will just go to the end state of any effect. That's what I mean by finish. Okay, effects, perform all. We'll call finish instead of perform on any effects marked to finish. Try to remember if effects, okay, there is a base class, which is great. I thought for a moment that I just had an interface. An interface means that if you add some new state to an effect, that you'd also have to have all the classes implementing the interface, add a variable and declare a method. So it's kind of nice that I could just add to this. Okay, so that's the first solution. Okay, so that, let's also say effect mark to finish. Okay. Number two. Naming might be wrong here. Let's see. Terrible name. Come up with something else later, maybe, if I decide to use this option. I don't think that's the one. I think this is a variation of the other one where you just say the effect that you're on will get canceled if we notice that there's not canceled but finished. Okay, if it's got this thing returning true. Okay. Basically, this one says some effects are very important and will cause a preceding effect to finish. And this one says some effects are unimportant and will cause those effects to finish if there's anything coming after them. Both of these I kind of dislike. I'll say why. Unlikely to cover all similar cases that come up later. In other words, okay, so we've got some effect that says I'm important. Anything that's happening before me should just be finished up real quick. And then we find out there's a case where maybe you've got two important effects. And you don't want to skip over them all. Then you could try to generalize the logic further. But then there'll be even like some third case where maybe an effect doesn't deserve to be called important, but in this certain case you do want to show you don't want to get skipped over quickly. So you give up control over how that handling is going to occur, and that's true for both of these. The second one is also suffers from the same problem. And I'll also say performance in extra peaks. This one maybe is not quite as bad. It kind of depends. Like if I were to extend this out to be a little more general purpose, I'd probably say like if the next effect that came after was also unimportant, I mean, don't bother skipping over this one. So yeah, I think that would be necessary to have it work out right. So I think both these are losers. This first one is probably the way to do it. Because I can really manage what happens here. If I have a general purpose way to mark an effect to finish, then I can also do things like create different sorts of methods under effects that will go through and mark different effects to finish up. I can hold on to the effect instances after something happens and in a more complicated fashion decide when I'm going to mark an effect to finish or not. There's things I can do with this that would have more flexibility in the future. So I'll say more control over finishing effects. That is likely to work in future cases. Okay, so that's the one I'm going to do. That's the one. Now let me drill into that one a little bit more. I think that works fine. That's a briefer version of that terrible method name. I can also see maybe that's better. Let's see, also I need something like this mark to finish. That's kind of unwieldy as far as naming goes. How about rush? I like this. Rush transform effects. Effect is rushed. I think I might even, I've been like stopping myself from doing this for a long time just because I had a pattern early on of not using properties. I'm going to use a property here. Using getters and setters just out of kind of stubbornness. Hobgoblins of consistency reasons. Okay. Public pool is rushed. Okay, how do I make... I'm learning about getters and setters, or at least the format for them. What will this do? All right, can I do set also? Okay, I mean, I think that's all I need for that. Well, why don't I try doing the same thing with step now? Public int step now. No, why do you do that? Get... Huh. Is that... No? Okay, you're getting confused or what? What? Okay. Why are you not allowing me to type that? I thought that was just following the format of what I saw with is rushed. Okay, so it'll complain about... No? I think because I had those getters below. Yeah, let's try this. Read, write, and next. Now is that the same thing as what I did but with an extra variable? Let me just try it this way. Get set. Okay, are you going to let me do that? That'd be cool. Alright, this looks pretty good. If I want to pop some more bubble wrap, I think I'll change this to my newer preferred way to make one-liners. Okay. Okay, so now I broke some stuff. Let's go to effects. Just say step no. Kind of what happens if I just do this? Is that going to hurt anything at all? Is that legal? Yeah. Anyways, I'll change one thing at a time. I might come back and make that something else. Okay. Okay, yeah, hold on to this though. It looks like I want to hold on to that. Okay. because this is saying the step number of one effect, whereas this is saying here's the current step number that we're at. Okay, perform effect should say effect is rushed, or no, that's, hold on, I gotta think about this. Yeah, so we say if we're a little bit behind schedule, this thing here, or the effect is rushed, and this isn't the only remaining effect left, let's go ahead and skip it, or finish it really. Let's do should rush. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. What about the get transform? Is that another one I should just do a property of? Yeah, probably. Let that alone though. Okay. Okay, the other thing I need is a way to mark all the current effects for the transform as rushed. Public, what was the name I decided on? There we go. Effects for transform. Yeah, let's do this. So if there are effects for the transform, then we'll say, does it have IE numerable? That would be great if it did. Effect, and effects for transform. Yes, good. Effect is rushed equals true. Okay, so that, and we say spikes pop-up effect. No, not that one. Pop-up spikes piece. Where's the place where we add the... It's right here. Okay. So here we know the player's going to die if there's any effects going on already for that particular piece. Let's rush them. I could pass a transform. Let's see how this does. Okay. So far so good. Now I'm just going to go real fast into it and see if it stops the first effect. I think it did. Yeah, I'm seeing the spikes pop right up there. There is an exception down at the bottom. It has something to do with one of the audio clips not loading, so I'll check that out in a moment. But this seems to have really done the job. Yeah, it's good. So this is maybe one of my better examples of figuring out my plan, implementing it, and then just being done. like the plan was pretty good. I think it was a decent, high quality thought process about the right way to do it, and I'm done. It's also, not to pat myself on the back too much, but this class for effects, it's clean. It accomplishes a lot. It's been thought through. There's been like a little bit of like there was maybe previously a little bit of cruft in it that I took out. It has grown from something less complicated to about 100 lines of code. It gets the job done. It handles a lot of cases. So this is actually a piece of code I'm a little more proud of. The main problem I've got with it is it relies on creating instances of new classes to add to it. So that's something to do. That's something to tackle when I'm in a performance optimizing mood. You really don't want to be allocating every player move new instances of little classes. It ends up causing performance issues. But I didn't know that when I started developing in Unity, and I'm not a fan of the adage avoid premature optimization because it hedges on the word premature. It's clear if you have an optimization and it's premature, you shouldn't do it earlier. It's a truism. The problem is, how do you know when something that you're doing is premature? In my case, it would not have been a premature optimization to have written this in such a way where it does not have any allocation of new object instances as I add effects to it. But I didn't have that knowledge at the time, and now it's going to be fairly expensive to go back through all those effect classes and change them to a different structure which is general purpose enough that it can be pooled and not allocated as they're added into this effects data structure. Yeah. So whoever just smugly comes up to me and says, don't prematurely optimize, I say go define premature and come back to me and see what pithy statement you can make after you've successfully defined premature. So yeah, there's just stuff that once you have a little more knowledge, you won't do it even the first time. You know? Here's another example, something I did not know. Comparison of some of these Unity objects like transforms or game objects to null is it's actually not a trivial operation. So in an optimization round, I may come back and use some other data structure that encapsulates transform and has an extra Boolean that says whether it's set or not. So I don't know why this has to be an expensive operation. I really don't know why. It seems ridiculous to me that it would be. But they have an operator override on the object equals don't. By the way, for me, this is one of the tendencies of object-oriented programming that are bad. Like the language sets you up to hide away that equal does not really mean equal. Like it's kind of neat, you can make your own equal, but it's just made a little gotcha that when I perform this seemingly very cheap operation that I get to be surprised and learn that, oh, there's an operator here. So like if Unity had instead had like a function like is null or is set, then I'd at least have a warning. I'd have a warning this might do something besides just compare object reference to a null value. Apparently it does significant things. So yeah, somebody I'm mildly miffed at. Mildly. Alright. So let's move on. What am I doing next? I just got something that should have been hard done really quickly. Let me fix that other bug that I saw. I think I might just, I don't know. I'm still turning over my head what I want to do next. I've got strength and energy, and I've got the night, and I've got no day job I gotta go to tomorrow. So I should pick something good. But let's fix this bug. So it did not find spike jiggle A# 6.wav. Let me look for that. So I think it's just it should be G sharp instead of A sharp. I think that's all it is. Yep. Okay. Sound effects manager. I should fix that. Okay. Any other errors? Nothing of note. All right, let's come back in, see if it runs clean. Yeah, just this stupid error that has something to do with the interaction between Unity and Pro Builder. Those guys will need to fix that. I will not be able to. Okay, I'm gonna come clean with you though. This sound effect is annoying me. I think I've got to replace it. I've been trying to tell myself it's okay, but I kind of know it's not. Here's why. When I walk up to it, I've had several times feeling like somebody was calling me on the phone. Because a phone ring, I'm learning now, it's exactly the sound that I created, like an old-fashioned phone ring. It is two tones trilled together. I didn't really realize that until I kind of recreated it unintentionally. So this is a melodic effect, and it's nice if I've got a song playing, because you can do stuff like this. I'll turn the volume up a bit. But it just reminds me of a phone ring. And I feel like it's going to irritate people. It's meant to be a little bit playful. But every time you walk by it, it's going to make that little phone ring noise. I got to fix it. I got to fix the sound. So what should it sound like? Do I want to keep it melodic? I want it to be sort of like a rattle noise instead. Let me go to free sound. Let me play a little bit. I guess I don't mind if you see this, but other stuff maybe I won't. Oh yeah, I gotta hide one thing. There's one document I got open. I want to name it. Then leave there. Close that. Gotta log in. Okay, back to the head screen. Okay, now I'm logged in. Free sound, great site, heroic site. I love my free sound. Let me just see what I can hear that sounds kind of cool. So the little animation where it jiggles left to right, I've got the ability to play like one sound on each boundary of that jiggle. And that's what I'm doing now. I'll just play that that melodic sound. It's not the best use of CPU, if I'm honest. Not the best used. Okay, and you can't see it because of broadcast latencies, but when I'm playing the game locally, each doot is lined up exactly with when the spikes shake to one extreme or the other. That's why I'm thinking about a rattle, but if I do a rattle, then what it should really be doing is should be picking out like some sound within some individual sound inside of the sample that can be repeated and sound good when it's thrown together in quick succession. So this first one wasn't bad, not the overall sound, but I could hear little pieces inside of it that might make a pretty nice subtle rattle noise. Okay, so I'm just going to put this up. Anything that seems maybe promising, I put it up in a separate tab up here. So let's keep listening and get some ideas, some sound ideas. Okay, so that would be, if I took one of those little ticks, it would be kind of a deeper metallic sound to it. Not deeper, but I mean deeper than the little chime or bell, you know. It's like some little chain link or something. This one also seems promising. I feel like I'm too greedily grabbing samples, but maybe after a bit it'll become clear which ones are more promising. Now that one doesn't have individual ticks to it that I can pull out. Although you can make a tick out of any noise, really. You just grab the sound and then you give it some attack and decay and you'll have one little blip or tick or, yeah. Damn, that's good, but it's got attribution. Here's my problem with attribution. It won't necessarily be a problem. But let me go check and see this person's page. I'm always looking for someone to have an understanding of the licensing terms they've granted, and maybe like a full real world name. I say that and I don't think, do I have that on mine? I think I do. Am I a hypocrite? Yeah, so I'm not doing fine. So I'm not being a hypocrite. But here's what happens. Somebody will put their samples up. They'll put some licensing. I would like to be attributed. They don't really understand the licensing. That it means with attribution that I could use this on a commercial project and not compensate them. And I don't have like a legal agreement that would stand up in court or anything like that, because the agreement is with a handle on a website with unverified identities, and I don't know where the person got the sound from. I will say that this person has a long history of contributing samples, which is awesome. I like this guy a lot. Just I like contributors. I just feel it's risky to take a sound that has this attribution. I wish it wasn't the case, because I actually do like this guy's sound a lot. It's very clean. Let me see if I can go back and at least leave him a compliment. It's a great sound. So if you ever heard like the smoke monster from Lost, this is the kind of sound you could process a bit, add in a few other things, and you'd have it. God, I'm gonna leave it up like for inspiration, because it's just got a great sound to it. Okay. Tambourine, huh? I should go look at mine just for a second, see if I... The thing is, I only need to pick out like one little bit out of it. And repeat it. These are going to be like kind of lower register stuff. Let me try it. You know what? I think I could get something out of this. I think I could. Let me start with my own shit. Because that's the thing. I only have to pick one little piece out of that sound to repeat it. I get one of the sh sounds. Have that going back and forth real quick. And it could sound like a warning sound. It won't be melodic like the other one, but I don't know. I can't make everything melodic. Open with Audition. Move this inside the broadcast area. There we go. Okay. Alright, let's get some small sounds and just work through them. got to be a real small sound too. That one sounds uninteresting. Probably whatever sound I pick won't sound interesting immediately, but okay, so this is a candidate. And let's put some of this right in the middle. Latency delay is annoying me a bit on the broadcasting. Nah, doesn't sound like anything. Maybe. So I will get to test these out together before I put them into the engine. So I'm trying to come up with a short list here for my first test of the sound. Nah, it's garbage. Probably going to be something in the higher registers that seems right. Like this. That's a pretty good candidate right there, along with some variations that are like it. I will listen maybe for some other sounds that are kind of in that same style to get some variance. Let me just mark this as maybe more promising. Okay. This sounds entirely different. It's weird how it sounds like a slurping noise. The original thing is just me tossing some pieces of wood into a box. Maybe some other heavier objects. Oh, I've gone through it all. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. Let's normalize it a little bit. will probably be loud. Okay, let's save this as. I have no idea why it just doesn't save in the recent directories, like the directory I was at just 2 days ago. Let's see, pop-up spikes. There you go. Call this angry packing short list. Okay. Then we go create a new multi-track session just to experiment. No. So this all happens in a very short amount of time. About 1 second. So let's do something representative. And bring this down. This is kind of like my inventory down here. I mute it, and then I've got this clip that I can just grab from to put up here along the top, which is where the actual sound will play. In fact, let's pull this down because I think I'm going to need multiple tracks to lay these out because they're going to overlap with each other. Okay, and also okay, let's just start with the first one to see what that's like. Okay, I might as well follow what I've got in the code. The starting duration is 1/4 of a tenth of a second. Okay, that means this guy should be like right around there. And I don't think I'm going to try to make its full duration play out. So let's just make this a very truncated version of the sound. Okay. Okay, and as it keeps playing, it will increase the duration. Dang it. It will increase the duration that it comes out. Okay, so then we come out to here. I don't have to get this perfectly like in the game. I just need something that helps me imagine what it's going to sound like. So then by the time it plays, how many? 10 of them. It gets out to them being spaced 1/10 of a second apart. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so it's actually, it would have gotten even further spaced out here. So let's just pull that out a little bit more. All right. That's probably pretty close. Okay, that sounds a lot like the ticker that you hear on Wheel of Fortune. It's not a bad sound. Okay. Now, I could also do things like this will be easier if I get onto 2 tracks, which doesn't seem too hard, so let's do that. So the thing I was about to say is I could also alternate the pitch between the two, kind of in that phone call style that was bothering me before. So that sounds pretty close to the same. So I don't need the 3 tracks. I can just use those 2. So since I can just use 2 tracks, I can try out this alternating pitch thing. Let's see. We want to add an effect to the track, not the clip. And I want time and pitch shifter. Let's go. Whoa, you're set to a weird default. Yeah, 3 might be good. Let's try that. Just for something a little more different, let's go up higher. Okay, it just sounds more Geiger countery as I go up higher in the pitch. Let's go lower. Yeah, it's got like this sort of icky Geiger counter sound to it that I don't like. Hold on, I'll be right back. back to work. Back to work, work. Well, clear my chat screen. Why? Who knows? Alright. So that was just one of the sound effects. Let me try a different one. And I'll turn off the pitch shifter. Let's see. Maybe an easy way to do this is move this guy up here. Because these guys are already showing a pretty good layout here. I'll use them to position down these two tracks. And we'll take the next sound effect. Okay. I want it to be roughly the same size as the others. Okay. Oh. You're hearing the scrubbing sounds when I drag across the samples. Okay, so let's see what that sounds like. Huh. So there's no question to me that I like the second one better than the first. That allows me to just go and delete the first one. I'm going to move on to the next sample to try out. This is a little bit like which one wins. But that one, I would be okay to put that in the game. It sounds like something, but it's not like over the top. Okay. This dude here. Just very clicky noise. This one's probably going to be pretty similar to the first one. I'll just do it real quick. It won't take me long. Whoa. Compared to I just like number 2 better than number 3, so let's just keep going. Okay. Here's the one that I thought was going to be promising, so we'll get to that pretty soon. Ah. That's a pretty strong sound. That compared to my old favorite. So I'm thinking, okay, not always the one that sounds the most interesting is the best one. Because it's a minor sound. It's supposed to kind of alert you, oh, you're right next to something dangerous. And it should accompany the animation of the spikes jiggling. Let's go back to the game, just take a look. So that, I think that's going to feel like too much. So I'm still favoring number 2. Okay. So let's bring in the next candidate. This one's got an attack that seems a little slow, so I'll just get it in closer to the start, which is sometimes a mistake, but this one I'm guessing is going to be kind of obnoxious. Like, it probably sounded good when I was playing it in isolation, but may not be nearly as good when I play it in quick succession. No need to get these exact. I should get a little bit faster with this. Okay. It's not that that's a great sound. It's just that it's reminding me of something else that might be worth pulling in. Like military drums. Now listen to the next. Okay, the new one I don't like better than the other one, but it just evokes military drums, so that does make me think if I don't end up satisfied with the result here, I could try some like a snare or hi-hat drums, just like one beat, and bring it in and maybe process it a little bit. Okay. Why does it always ignore the first time I say delete? It's weird. Alright, here's my golden boy. Let's see how much I like it now. There's one weird one at the end, which I won't want to miss. Maybe it's good. It'll sound different than the rest. So it's a good clean click, kind of loud, short, but it's also gonna be annoying as fuck. So get rid of that guy. See if it does the delete on the first try. Nope. Second try. Nope. Have to select again. What if I just click on this window? Nope. Okay, I gotta select everything twice and then delete. What is the deal? What is the deal? Okay, and delete. What? This version of Audition is buggy. I've been using Audition for the last 5 years, many versions in between. This is like maybe the worst one I've had. Like the first version of Audition that I started using was more reliable than this one. It's not a good version. Okay, big long sound. Which parts of it do I want? Alright, if it starts right here in the middle, what does that sound like? So it'll just be like, I think it would be like that, raspberry type sound, but I don't know. This one's probably worth breaking up in two. Just bring the second one down here. Does not seem like any significantly different sound than previous ones. Okay, but this one will sound weird, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. Yeah, well, maybe it might sound assy, I don't know. Okay. Now, there's so many ways that you could play with one of these sounds. It might have been that one of the ones that I already overlooked or discarded, if I processed it a certain way, it would suddenly be like my favorite sound, but I'm just doing the best I can to pick out like the best starting point for a sound and then add some processing to it afterwards. Otherwise, there's just too many combinations of sounds to try out. Huh. It's interesting, but I don't think it's a good sound for that particular. Okay, so I think it's the number 2 sound. I'm going to do one thing to this before I give up on it. Let's pitch shift it up. Do it to that one, I should do it to the other as well. All right, let's stick with the number 2. Delete, thank you. First time. Delete, thank you. Okay. Alright. So these guys. Now I don't know that I want to do much as far as effects go, but let me try. One thing is that whatever effect I apply to the track is actually going to apply it to all the clips. What I mean is I won't necessarily get the same effect by applying to a track as I would to the clips. And the sound that is played in the game will be like the effect was applied to the clip. But first I'll try it with the track. Okay, that's not a good effect. Let me try something else. It's only applying to one of the tracks too. It's just too much pain to do it on both each time I try something. That's an example of an effect that will not sound good if I apply it to each clip as opposed to the overall track. Though I did like that kind of sinusoidal thing. I might be overplaying with this, to be honest. I feel like I'm losing my way with all these effects. Remove the effect. Okay, and then also maybe let's go ahead and put one down here, and it'll be muted, but what it does is it'll make the loop happen a little bit later. So if it just goes brr, 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 I stop hearing it as a sound effect and I start hearing it more like a musical drum beat type thing, and that's not helping me. Okay, so that's how you hear it in the game. Walk up next to something. Okay. So let's mess with the pitch on this a little bit. Can I do it on both of them? That'd be really great if I could. Doesn't seem to be a way to select multiple tracks. Sound effect design. Hey Davey, how you doing? Oh, I'm messing with sense. I should be doing semitones. Alright, let's do that. What's this? Yeah. How's your puzzle game coming? Okay, so I keep that one. And I want the same pitch to be on the other. I wish it would let me just copy and paste, but apparently not. Demo links. Demos. Is it on YouTube? I'm going over there. I'm going over there. Let's see if it's there. Ah, itch. Okay. Although I don't even know who you are over here. Let's see. On YouTube, like I'm trying to hack my way in. 21. Okay. 2021. Oh, well, this has got to be it. Do you mind if I broadcast it? Cool. Download and play. It's downloadable. Ah. This is how you hack my system. Alright, I trust you. Downloads, where to go? Where to go? There it is. Wait, why does it bring up a RAR inside of VLC? That's not useful. Ow, I don't have anything to open RAR. I don't know, man. I don't got anything to open RAR. I don't want to install an app for it right now. Yeah, like on Macs, well, this might be a Windows executable too, right? If it's Windows, then I'd have to move it over to my other copy. So I might look at it later. It's Windows though, right? I should say here. Okay, I'll take a look at it a little bit later. I can't really stream it anyways on the Windows machine. But I don't know, this shot looks nice. So yeah, let's give it a shot. Bloom. Bloom combined with grayscale. Nice look. Alright, I think I might have found a decent solution here for the sound. Let me listen to it again. Yeah, that's about right. So this is the sound that will play when you walk next to these spikes and they just jiggle a bit to warn you. Right now I've got this melodic thing I put in, but it sounds too much like a telephone ringing. If you step on it, you're gonna die. So I think I'm gonna replace the kind of telephone noise with yeah, put your headphones on, turn the volume all the way up to the top, get ready, and I will be doing an audio jump scare on you with alright. Okay, is there anything else I want to do on this thing? I think it's such a short-lived sound. I don't think there's much point in making variations. Maybe there is a little point. If the variations are just very close to each other, I could do some that were stretched a little bit. Making like 3 versions where they're just slightly different lengths might give it some variety. Okay, let's put a little more variety in there. Clip effects. Let's see what this is like. If I do pitch shifter a little bit further. Yeah. I don't think the pitch shifts are that good. Although maybe the... It's like a little bit goes a long way with the pitch shift. I think there is some value in it, but maybe not a whole note. So let me see. Which ones have pitch shift? This one. Oh, it's got a whole negative 99 here. Okay, let's do some cents. Set this to 0. Okay. And then let's do this other one. Zero. A little bit the same as the first. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. Alright. So then take that guy. That guy. That guy. Oh yeah, those little chittering bugs. Yeah. Alright, let's try that. Maybe I could get away with one of them being extra low. Let me see what that's like. Nah, I'm gonna overdo it. I always do this. I've got a simple sound and I keep on trying to make it sound better. And then you hear it in the game and it sounds good like when you hear it, but to keep hearing it again and again and again, it gets fucking irritating. That's what I always do. And remember the walking on the grass sound? Is the same problem. Okay, so there we go. Jiggle 1, jiggle 2, jiggle 3. And let's have them finish up a little quicker. So we'll say, yeah. Okay, marker. Yeah, it's much harder to make a footstep than it is to make like the sound of a giant engine turning on or something like that. That you had some multi-second thing that can be in the foreground. That's a lot easier than just some simple, subtle thing that sounds pleasant, as you say. And this is supposed to be vaguely threatening, but not annoying. So this is jiggle, spike, 1. Fair enough. Fair enough. These markers are totally fakaka. God, I hate this version of Addition. I want to revert back to the last version of Audition. It's got so many bugs in it. And the last one worked fine for me. All I can say is somebody needs to get fired at Adobe. I don't know who exactly. It's probably a product manager. Alright, Davey, have an awesome night. Let's assume the markers are garbage. Delete all markers. Let's put lots of space in between these because I don't trust friggin' this stupid ass version of Adobe Audition. Save that. Okay, fine. Yep, that's the one. There we go. Okay, let's save that. Head back over to Unity. And let's go look at the assets. Dang it, I hate it when iTunes decides it's gonna come open for me. Stop it. I didn't know. Go away. Go away, iTunes. Never come back. I tried to uninstall you. You wouldn't uninstall. You're a parasite in my operating system. iTunes, never come back. Okay. Rename. I gotta follow the same naming convention for my own sanity. Okay. So these other ones, I'm just gonna delete them. I know I don't want to use them. Force to mono. Don't normalize. Load in the background. Addressable. Apply. Okay, then we go back over to Sound Effect Manager. Let me say for jiggling the spikes, we're going to use spike jiggle. Oh, gotta use the same convention. Have to fix this too. Because if there's that hyphen there, then it interprets it as, yeah, okay, as melodic. I think I've got some code that actually checks that. Okay, so save that. Come back, fix the names. I forgot to take out the hyphen. Come on. The easiest way to fix this, turn off addressable, then change the names. So otherwise it'll inherit the previous name. Even though I rename it, the addressable will be the old one. So if I just set those all to be the same, spike jiggle 1, 2, 3, no hyphens, turn addressable back on, they should get the corrected name. They did. Cool. Alright, then the code I have actually plays the sound effect. Spikes jiggle, position, node I. Take out the node I. You say play at. You'll just pick a random variant instead of an exact one. Okay, so that breaks something else. It breaks spikes jiggle effect. Okay, there is no note I. Okay. I get to try it out. Getting excited. Why are you not letting me move? Ah! When there's a UI action and you request it and the application refuses to perform it, it's so... There it goes. Now it's fine. Really hate that. It's like the same feeling as car sickness. There's a turn in the road and you thought it was going to go that way and you don't. It's that kind of lurching, sickening feeling. Oh, there's the delay. Okay, it's too much. It's too much. It's just gotta be so much more subtle than that. Oh, I do have the volume up really high. Let's get the volume to normal level. Because the stairs sound really loud. Okay, a little bit higher. Okay, that's maybe a better volume. Doesn't sound good. Okay, I'm toying with the idea of taking it out altogether. It might just be, it's not a good sound. I don't mean just this particular incarnation of the sound. It might be it's not a good effect to have for this particular event in the game, that you always hear a rattling noise when you're close to it. But I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to try shortening the sounds, just chopping off the beginning part of it, which will make it both quieter and shorter. I suspect it's just going to sound like kind of a sucky Geiger counter, but let's see. So for this one, let's just open, because I'm so close to just axing this whole sound altogether. I'm just going to open these directly, and I'm going to try one more thing on it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, I think I'm just going to yank it and not look back. Alright, so spike 1. What if I go here? If I can make it. Guys, take that. Boom. Actually, I can iterate on this. Here. Take that. Take that. If I have to, I can try a few more. It won't take long to try a few more if I need to. So I can just chop it down each time. Okay. So there, it'll pick up new sounds from those edits. Although I'll double check. Okay, let's try it. It's not bad. That might have fixed it. Yeah, just a real kind of subtle sound. Huh. Go further than that, though. I could make them shorter sounds. Alright, I'm going to try one more iteration on it, but because this one might be better than the next one that I do, let's go ahead and do a git. A git commit. Let's see. Want to remove these junk files. It's becoming more important for my builds and also my account on Bitbucket to not have extra files, because they all get put in there. I mean, the build will pull out assets that I'm not actually using and not include them in the player, but they do initially get considered, so I don't want to bloat out my builds, or at least the processing time for them, or the storage on Bitbucket in the Git repository. Okay, so Git add assets. Damn. I guess I can start making my edits, I just won't save them. I'll come back. So, okay, for one, we'll just take it from there. For two, we'll take it from there. 3. Alright, these should be pretty friggin' quiet. Are you done yet? Come on. There we go. Bam. 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 Alright. It's a little more Geiger countery. I don't know, like it's more enjoyable to listen to the previous version, but as far as just complimenting what the player is doing without getting in their way, I think this is it. I think this is it right here. At some point, I might want to do something in my sound effects manager that detects when a number of the same kind of sound effect is being played and put some kind of limit on it. Because if I do this, it's a little bit. Actually, that's not bad. Okay, let me try it with music. I think it's good. Alright, 6:14. I don't have time to finish a new level, but I'm going to start a new level. Because I got the feisties in me. I want to do more. I want to do more. I'm even going to change up at the top the title. Another pop-up spike level. Alright, so I think I do have enough time to just like knock out the start of one. I think let's take the previous one I made, which was called Cathedral. Do a save as on that one. So what's my concept? Black box. There's a structure. You can't go inside it. You can manipulate things that affect the interior of it, and you want to get certain blocks out of it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, file, save as. Black box. This might be a good place to use one of my other behaviors that I recently created. won't make it a black box immediately because I want to be able to see the inside of it while I'm developing it. But I think the idea is there'll be stuff that happens inside of it that you're not really sure about, and you'll have to make some deductions. Okay. Alright, something with the game elements I've got, what interesting things can happen inside. Okay, there will be like some spikes, pop-up spikes at the entrance over there. I can knock blocks out, but if that's all there is, that's not real great on its own. And drop blocks down into it and then knock them out. Could be more like there's a maze in the middle and you're trying to get a block out, and you can only influence its position by firing things into the middle. That seems a little more promising. Maybe the black box idea isn't that good. Just because I don't know that I've got the elements, or at least I don't have ideas right yet that tell me what must be done to make an interesting black box puzzle. So let me play with the push maze idea. Okay, I don't need these to start. I think it's going to have a larger amount of space to it. Let's expand that a bit. Oh, I could make it vertical too. Actually, that's interesting. Let's think about that. So the block could be at the top of a tower to start with. There's one thing about this type of maze. So if, when you push a block through, it doesn't come out on the other side, it doesn't have any ability to be reclaimed by you. Which means that if you push a block incorrectly, there's no way to get it back. But I do have some AIs that could help with this problem, though. To say you've got one block as like your cue ball, and you've got some creatures inside, they just go and destroy that cue ball wherever they find it, and it returns it to you. And then let's call the other one. In fact, I'll even be literal about it. Let's call it the 8 ball. I can do some interesting stuff with dialogue too. Like it could be somebody who wants to help you. There's the 8. Suppose this is the kind of thing I gotta play around with a little bit before I can get serious about making it. Alright, so suppose you had like that. You've got like this other thing. Which is cue ball. You knock the 8 this way, and then your buddy comes in and destroys the cue ball. It returns to you because it'll be a block pad. Although I've been using the convention that blank pads aren't real block pads. Forget the pool thing. It doesn't have to work like pool. Alright, let's just call this A. Okay. One other problem with the AI is it's going to end up walking onto the spikes unless I give it a little more intelligence. Okay. Yeah, I was starting to feel icky about special casing AI around one level. So there's another option though. I could say I think if there's some way to hold the bystander steady until destroy blocks. Okay. Just see what this does. Need to play with these things a little bit. Another thing I could do, if it is just using this person to destroy it, I could have block pads at different locations. All right, let's try that a little bit. Also need spikes. Get some spikes in there. Pop up spikes. I wonder if they'll work if I just... They should work. I'll just put them underneath the floor for now. It'll look cosmetically bad, but still makes some sense. I mean, it'll logically work. Okay. Yeah, try that. Something's off. What happened? Didn't do my pre-proc. Oh, I forgot to make an egg. Okay, you also need an egg. You get your own egg, don't worry. I scared her. I was violent against her, now she's afraid. Boy, this AI stuff, it's... Okay, when she dies, she's back to normal. Not afraid. Oh, wait. What? Now she is afraid. Okay, I could also maybe move her this way. Okay, I have to write some level controller code to reset her status to not be afraid when she dies. Not sure I want to do that. No, she's going to be afraid. I don't know. I don't think this is it. I don't think this is the concept. Okay, here's one other way it can be done. You can use regular spike. No, dang it. So I was thinking I could put spikes here and then the A would go over the top of it and then the one would get destroyed, but that's not right. They'll both get destroyed. So the thing I'm struggling with is avoiding the need to restart. Because the game so far has just been, you get to play through. Whenever you screw up, just keep playing. It's no big deal. So I'm pretty sure I could make a decent puzzle where you push the one block into this area to move the A around. The trick is, if you mess up and the one block is inside, how does it come out? One other way I could do it. There can be a pit just ahead of the catch point. So you knock the A across, one drops back down below. So the whole thing would be raised up. That's got promise. Okay. So the one drops to the lower level, and there's another sort of maze underneath where you're just trying to get the one to the desired block pad. So, and then once you get it close enough to the block pad you want, you destroy it, it goes up top to the top maze level. Then you go up to the top maze level and you go to which one of these block pads it's at, and you push it into the upper maze. The upper maze is where the block is that you want to get out is. So it's like there'll be two mazes, but the lower maze, maybe I won't make it an actual maze. Maybe it's just more like it could be set up for convenience as opposed to challenge. So that wherever the one drops down, it won't be too hard to get it arranged so that you get it over to the block bed that you want. The real challenge will be up top. You'll be trying to pick the right spots to shoot the one in and knock the A further along. So I won't need any AI. AI has to be so simple in order for it to work well with puzzles. It's got to be predictable. And that creature that was chasing after blocks was just it's like a bull in a china shop as far as keeping the integrity of the puzzle. It would have ran havoc over it. That's not the right word. That's not the right phrase. It would have ran havoc? Wreaked havoc. Wreaked havoc. But also, wreaked is a word I would never use except in that one turn of phrase. Alright, I'm going to refill my coffee and come back up here. All right. Cup of coffee in the evening. It's a party now. Man, you think I just like put a couple of lines out here and snorted them up, but this is fun. Someone watching this might see, who's this weird guy by himself talking to nobody? Very intent on this activity. Seems to do it every day. What a fucking loser. And I'm like, nah, you don't know. You don't get it. This is joy. I love this shit. All right. So let me think about the structure of this a little bit. Okay, there's going to be the underside of it. Needs to come up a little ways though, because you'll have to walk around underneath of it. I don't like the camera to duck down real low. It always makes the player feel claustrophobic. Maybe this is the place to have the black box underneath. You don't have to walk underneath it. So the one drops down, and then you've got another way to retrieve them when they go down there, which is shooting through other blocks to get them out. So you can have maybe one blocks are meant to go in the upper level, and 2 blocks are meant to get the 1 blocks out from underneath. All right, I'm starting to get excited. Okay, what's the word that I'm going to spell? Victory. Win. If it's a win, I just put an I block there and have it pop into place between a W and an N. Yes, do victory. T block right in the middle. Okay. Let's get rid of all these block pads and blocks. Just get rid of them. Pop-up spikes, get rid of them. Okay. There. Yeah, I could just have this be too high. That would suffice. Or even just one high to start, and I'll put a platform on top of it all. But I don't need to wall all this off to begin with. I don't need that. So let's do the upper level first, and I can wall it off later at the bottom. good way to do this, since I'm likely to have lots of little places where I need to have holes, is just create like a little grid of these patterns, and then I can change the geometry of these little sectors, and it will not give me like a whole bunch of monolithic objects to mess with, which are harder to make holes inside of and twist to what I want. I like the idea. I'll just cut a hole right out of the middle, and there'll be like a viewpoint you can get up inside of if you want to. So I want to be generous about showing the player the whole thing. It's going to be a little bit larger of a space. So we'll go in like this. Stop at. You know what I'm asking for. There we go. Okay, do that. Okay, and then let's make it like a 5x5 sector thing. That'll make it pretty generous of a space, but I think the player can deal with it. And we'll have this set up where you can just walk right down the middle from the egg where you start at. Okay. Take this, duplicate, move down. Okay, so you can just walk right into the middle. There'll be some kind of tower thing you can climb up. And now I'm thinking about the shape of it. Maybe not just 5x5, but I'll just do this kind of like I won't use this corner here. It'll make the shape more irregular and interesting. Pull this out a bit. One part I didn't really think about is being able to fire from the inside is helpful too. So this tower could serve multiple purposes. It could allow you to also to get to some vantage points where you can fire one blocks from the inside. Okay, then the victory place here I want to be spelled out up above a little bit. The T, the goal will be to get it to go right down the middle and land in between the rest of the word. Victory is a nice odd numbered word too that makes this layout work better. Okay, so is it 2? 2, right? I feel like I messed up on something. Is that right? Okay, that's right. Cool. Okay. 3 to the left. 3 to the right. Exterior wall behind it. And honestly, this part should not be, here, undo. This should not be a floor because my rule is that you're not allowed to I'm not allowed to show a space with a floor on it that you can't, as a player, actually get to. So we'll go ahead and do that. Boom. Okay, blocks. And I already know what I want to call this level. Not black box, let's call it Victory Tears. Okay, so we'll have the T block. Out here in the maze. I think some stairs. Ah. Maybe the nicest way to handle this is like just a outer platform that you can just zip around really fast. I don't know. That would work. Maybe back it up a little bit, because okay. If it gets destroyed, it should go back to the beginning. the other thing I've got I could put on the board is letter gates that can be opened and closed. So that would allow you to control where the block ends up stopping at when it gets pushed. So let me just fill in some things. It's like parts of the puzzle are sort of being designed in different ways. Okay. So if I know I'm going to need something, if I get a little more confidence I'm going to need it, then I tend to fill it in a little bit earlier. That's why I'm jumping around a bit, because there's so much here that's kind of up in the air. Trying to solve the parts that I can. So I know I want some interior way to push the blocks, so it's not all from the outside. So I think I can do that. I was going to use that for a nice little tower to get up there. So the question is, can I fit that in my 5x5 space? I'd like to do that, or do I need to enlarge it? I don't want this to look ugly either. I want it to look kind of purposefully designed. Like somebody built it to look nice, that kind of thing. Okay, this feels like it should be the last move you do. You get the T block over here somewhere, and then there's going to be a block pad there, and you go kabam, and it's in. Okay. I don't really need to have ones going out this way and this way. Maybe I can keep it small like this and use this space to build my tower thing. Okay, let's change this a little bit. So I'm not sure if it's gonna push right. Let me think. Do I need to have an extra space? This is a test I should run early to see if I can walk up the steps and on the last one it'll push flat. Okay, so it's a small block pad. Let me just try that. There's another problem that if the player pushes a block before there's a T block in front of it, they will have to restart. I'll have to think about that. Maybe I should make a game element that just destroys all the blocks. Then you wouldn't have to restart, or that would be kind of like equivalent of restarting. Ooh. Or like a fire, and if you push a block of a certain type into it, all other blocks of the same type get destroyed. Anyways, I think I can fix the restart problem. So I'll concentrate on the puzzle first. Let's see if it will push flat going up the steps. I think it will, because you're actually the same height as this when you get up there. But I'll test it out. Okay. There. Whoa. Alright, there's the issues there. Probably just height map stuff. Okay. Alright, so that works. So now let's build the tower. We'll just go clockwise in a winding fashion to get up a little bit high. So then 3. Or on this side, I'll make it flat. There'll be a little gap here. You just go across it. Okay. So leave that. Have it come up over here. From up here, could you see the whole thing? Almost, but not quite. It's got to go up a little bit higher. So, okay, let's take that out. Now from up here, yeah, you're good. I think you can see everything. Let's go just a little bit more. Okay. There's a problem that as you get up higher, this extends further out and obscures things. So I don't want to go any higher than you actually need to get a good view. And also it's more impractical to be going up extra flights of stairs to get the view. I really do want to just make a tool for the player to get an idea of what the hell is going on with the level. Some lovely geese outside. I know from experience, whenever I have stairs here with an underhang, I need to put an extra part underneath them so that the height map works. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a weird looking building. Let's just go out to here. That's probably good. All right, let me see what that looks like as a viewpoint. Yeah, something that catches over there. You know, that was one good thing I did. I don't know if I was thinking very much about it, but instead of having the camera duck under when it's just one high, I just said just let you be hidden. I might use that in the future too, because it is kind of interesting to maybe have some passageways where you're just sort of trying to figure out how to get through, pushing a little bit, looking around, moving around. That might actually work kind of well with the black box idea later on if I want to reattempt that. Because if you're like going into this space and then you hear a noise, whoop, yeah, maybe in a very limited way, in a very easy way, you could do some black box stuff with that. But not with this level. Okay, I had some reservations about that. But first off, need some rails over here. Rails northwest. Okay, let me check out the view one more time. Okay, that definitely gives you the view. It's a little bit hard to figure out where you're going to get there. So on the other side of this, I could have my pop-up spikes. Okay, let's fix the gray stuff. Go A24. Yeah, okay, cool. So this isn't bad. I mean, you don't have to come here a lot. You'll notice the one here. You'll have a pretty good idea what that's for. And probably deduce that you have to get it to some point here to finish it off. You can come up top and look around, get an idea of what's in the level. I think that's all fine. There'll definitely be some cosmetic stuff to make this look a little nicer and building-like. Yeah. Okay, let's keep moving. T, you can knock it this way. And I think I'll start out, there's no other option for which way to knock it. You just gotta, you're primed to move the T forward in the only direction it can go at this point. I just want the player to understand the basic process of pushing the T block along and then retrieving the 1 block afterwards. So we'll say, let's put a small block pad here. There's a thing too which I think is a good practice, and I just sort of formalized it recently as a principle of puzzle design, is that if the level seems to have a lot of open-endedness to it, like you could end up doing a whole bunch of different things, to give the player just one clear thing to do when they start is valuable. And here, like, you won't be able to move the 1 anyplace else. You can use it to knock the T forward, and that's it. So that will introduce you to this idea that the 1 is supposed to be used to move the T. Let's make a spot for it to go to. Say it gets to maybe midway here. In fact, I could plan out the whole. I think I just plan out the whole route in one go and then make refinements to it. Okay, so say you get it there. Then let's have a fork here, and there will be a spot over here and a spot on the other side you could use for pushing. Okay. I'll come in and fill it in with all the stairs and block pad and everything later. Okay, on the other side. Okay. There will be a drop hole right there. Okay. So then if you go this way, I think I'll make it kind of an obvious mistake. Actually, it makes more sense to have the obvious mistake be on this side. But oh boy, this is where it starts to get tricky. So I was going to make it so you could push it one way or the other. But if you've got a catch point, oh man, I hope this concept still works. I mean, I know at the least I can set up letter gates to be catch points, and that would allow me multiple paths. But it does look like if I set a catch point here, that means that this other direction's not going to be able to push in that way. Whichever side there's a catch point on, when it gets to a resting spot, it won't be able to have the next place where you shoot to go in more than one direction. It looks like that has to be true. Okay, one thing I could do. Okay, I've got two options, at least two options I know of. Or even three options. First option, just make it a cakewalk. There are no decisions. You just the trick is getting the one block to the next spot. That seems kind of boring. If I were to do it that way, I might focus on making the lower levels more challenging. The lower tier. Okay, the second option. Put letter gates inside of the maze, and you have to open and close them correctly to make the path for the T block to go down be correct. Okay. Third option. Put axles into the upper tier that can be rotated to set different catch points. And in that case, you have to allow the player to somehow get into the locations where there are axles. Now I could do that with a third tier up here. Like you can climb to the top and then with some flinging around get to a point where you could drop down where there's an axle. And then you kill yourself to get back out. I kind of like that the best. Yeah, I think I like that best of all. I don't need a lot of axles. I need, I think maybe three. One here, one here, one here. And then you come up top, you get a view, but you can also fling to one of the other points that'll let you drop down to an axle. Yeah, I like that. I like that best of all. Okay, this one has to be capable of setting up the final push here. That also means that when you get into this area where you can move the axle around, that you'll have to have it be surrounded by spikes. I think just regular spikes. I don't need pop-up spikes. Is that true? Well, anyways, I can add the spikes in later. Okay. So I think grates to get out to them. No grates. Because I want to keep this area kind of clean as possible so you can see what the hell's going on. Okay. So let's make this so that you get to it by flinging. Thinking where I want the drop point to be. Let's have it be right in front. Right just to the east of the axle. Got a nicer way to show that. There's rails I can use to kind of look like a chute that you fall down. It's a convention I used earlier. I'm just trying to get a sense of if this is going to be too busy to look at and comprehend. So it kind of feels a little that way now. I want to be careful. Oh, you know what wouldn't be bad? Okay, this will be better visually. Just put a pillar coming up from the middle. Say pillar 1x16, just right on top, and then it's very unambiguous where you're gonna land when you go flinging. You're gonna land just here, right on the edge. Okay. Throw this guy over here. This guy over here. There. That's economical. Like. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay. Then I think, let's make this go south. Let's make it go east. And let's have this guy start out going south. Okay, so you know if you get up here, you can drop right down into there. I can put spikes around the edges. Okay. So T block, you get it here. Okay. Then it's not in any kind of path yet that can be affected by the axle, but as soon as you come to here, this guy can affect the path. Maybe better to have it come over all the way over here. Then you got to come down by flinging. move this way so it blocks. And that allows you, let's start getting these guys in place too. Got one there. Okay, there. Now if you knock it this way without this guy being in place, it'll go to some spikes over here and just be gone. Although, you know what I could do to make it less obvious that's a bad choice? No, I did, no, that's fine. Just leave that. Okay. So this way, bad choice. Both your blocks die. Okay. This way ends up with the block here. And then that's good because it's also in line to get caught here if I wanted to. Okay, so pull this out this way. Okay, so this one will go this way. And let's say that you're required to flip this guy around. But let's make it less obvious in this one. Okay. So there'll be a catch point here. And this guy. Bam, bam, like that. Okay. And I also like that I'll get to use this one twice. Okay, so you put the catch point there. And you need a way to send it over this way. These spikes here are going to be in the way. So let's just move this out a little bit more. Or, you know what I could do? I could just let it drop outside. Alright, let's just take those out. Alright. Okay. So you went bam, bam. No, you went bam, bam. Put this in the way, bam, from here, bam, against that, catch it before it gets there. If you go this way, there will be a catch point, but going this way won't help you. Okay, so going this way, you need another guy. Off over here. And we want a catch point. Here. Okay, and here's like the first place where I want to make it where the player just needs to leave this axle alone and let it go through. So I don't want the player to just say, oh, it's a pattern. I always have to move the axle to catch it. Nah, you think about it. You know, pick a good route. Okay, and I think boy, it would be kind of silly if I just had it come back to the beginning here and then you could go in a loop. Yeah, is there anything I can do with that? Because I like that idea. Be even better still if there was something that was worthwhile going in a loop for. Oh. Yeah. Okay, I can put an extra block on the board on the middle tier here. And that block, when it drops down, it makes a letter gate. Okay? Makes a letter gate close. And then you have to make this guy go around the board one more time. Da-dun, da-dun. But on this run through, you would close this guy. Oh, I hope I can do this. All right, let me give this a little more space. It's going to be a lot more work for me to make this level than for anybody to solve it. Okay. Okay, so then, okay, if you close it, then what does that mean? Next time you come around, you knock it this way. Here's where the gate closes. Right fucking here. Okay, what's the best way to make this legible? I could make it readable from up top. No. About launch. Fire. Kind of like ready, aim, fire. Okay, will you be able to read that? go around, come down here. It's gonna knock in. Let's just have the first letter. Maybe you can read that. I think you can read it. Yeah, you would be able to read this. Camera would be right here. You'd be able to see it. Fire. Okay, cool. Okay, so I need 2 holes here. You'll be able to knock both the 1 and the F down. Okay. All right, so 1, bam, bam. Okay. Then what I can do is have over here the IRE. And then you'll be able to knock it through. Okay, this is going to be a hard one, I think, both to create and to play. So I'll be looking for some smaller level exit thing that you can do, because this looks pretty tough. I think it's going to be good, though. I think when people beat it, they'll be like, wow, fun. Hard but fun. I think that's where it's going. Okay, so let's make sure I got all the things I need to push. If this is this way, then it needs an extra push station over here. Okay. I think I've got my bonus figured out too. But it depends. Like if I need the whole solution to be the bonus, to get the present, because it's too hard, then I'll need an easier thing for the level exit. Okay. So 1 to go to here. You come over here. Fire it that way. Go set this so it catches. Fire it this way with that guy. Fire it this way with that guy. Come over here, fire it north. Bam. Oh, but you would have had to set the axle. Okay, fire it there. Bam. This way. This way. Leave the axle. F comes down. You'll get it out to make fire, which will close this guy here. But then you gotta come up and around Knock this guy. Boom. Here again. Turn this way. Boom. All the way through here. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. There. Here. Here. This time turn it to catch. Knock it down. Then west, it catches on fire. Then come back inside here. Get the one on top of there. Knock it this way. Oh, be sure to set the axle. Bam, like so. Alright, that seems a little time consuming, but possible. Now let's get these guys set up. Yeah, this might be horrible. This might be really good or really bad. Or somewhere in between. I think it might be like going to watch an improv comedy where you're really impressed but not entertained by the performers. Okay, let's change these to pillars. That'll look better. It kind of fits the theme. I know one thing, this needs no obfuscation. I don't need to add anything in here that's going to make it like harder to figure out the solution. $7:58. I think I will have to continue this tomorrow. I don't know how this will be received, but I do like it for myself. The next parts will be like making little holes where they fall out. I keep having ideas about it. Anyways, this level is going to take some work, but it looks like it's got potential. Save it. Call that a stream. Say goodnight to anybody who might be lurking. And yeah, catch you later. Stop in the stream. Stop in the stream. Stop in the stream now.